actually, like, when you look at, I was just going back through all of the planning evidence last night, and there's actually not there. And our colleague might have an Auckland one of the developers. No,
Ka tangata titi, ka tangata kaka, ka tangata hoki, ko ahau tahei, moriora, kia ora koutou, nia haku, mihi ki koutou. He maumahara ko ka mati whetarakitia, me te au ko hatu, tēnei wā. Pari atu rā ki e tātou te hokora, a roko o te kaupapa o te rānei. He uri tēnā o karatai, mei. So that's just a welcome from those that came before us well with our deliberations. And my waka, ko kaitau ka te māmoe waitaha rapa, o tākou marae, ko Hoani Langsbury aho. So I'm an independent commissioner. My name's strongly aligned with Hapu and Runaka at Otako, where I live beside, and I do a job as looking after the Royal Albert.
Kia ora koutou. We'll go through the because then I can just do admin matters. So maybe if we start with Ian.
On the internet. My name's Ian Munro. I'm an Aucklander but have been working in Queenstown since about Frankton Flats and the other growth areas that have occurred. So looking forward to what you all have to say. Thanks.
Makinson. I'm a specialist traffic and transportation engineer. I've been doing that for around traffic aspects of the variation in particular, because I appreciate
just an environmental an appointed freshwater commissioner.
First hearing in Queen visit yesterday, and I'll mention that shortly. But getting to know the Queenstown area a bit more, and people in Queenstown over the next while. So lady, I recognise a number or on live stream. You may wish to submissions, and we'll go through those, and also Mr. Brown. And sorry, I'm assuming you're Mr. Brown. Hopefully, yes. We're council experts, technical experts, have gone through as a sweeper role. And it's good there. Again, ask some higher level issues. Here. Effort and responses to questions, but it's been very helpful in terms of the expert conferencing, the questions from parties, and thank you to all the experts who have managed to answer them in under 4 working days pretty much. And then also through ongoing expert conferencing and hopefully questions from the panel circulated in advance. But in terms of our role, we're here to get the best possible decision. So please equally ask questions back on us in terms of helping us with direction. We will us with drafting and with 32 AA type assessments. just so, and also we don't believe we have the perfect drafting style or drafting responses, but expect that you'll be things can be repackaged, etc. And then for closing submissions. And present to the panel, please read the will, because of time commitments and pressures, being worked through with just come prepared thinking of those timeframes. And if there are any questions in advance, and ideally a day or two in advance rather than on the ability to juggle timing. If it's on the because we realise and recognise that this is an important variation for the in terms of process. It's a streamlined planning process. Often those before and some not. Anyone sells opening legal submissions, but it's also described in the one or one of the many changes. So bear those in mind as we go through, and so there'll definitely be more questions. The responses that are coming in and as developments occur, they tie to. Then yesterday, so we didn't go into any. Very helpful, certainly for me, of the area. Questions that will come up over time as we go through things. And very willing, depending on timetable, site visits as might be needed. So please, and again this is to everyone, including anyone on the live stream, you would like us to consider visiting, please let us know. Already got some questions about being present at certain interviews at 9:30 at the Monday morning. But we will endeavour in many of the panel issues, so we will endeavour to do what we have a good knowledge of things. So we've done that site visit. The plan for today, just finally, stage one. Or it may take. That will be very helpful for Monday, Tuesday next week. So, where there's things you think because that will help us as well as help you. From an administrative point, we've got Lindley and Shelley, and I think everything is all good, all go. The live stream's hopefully working, so that's wonderful. Means we don't have to stop for technical glitches. And I think otherwise, unless there's anything I've missed in that. Oh, phones and things, please turn your phones to silent. It's only a small group today, so I won't spend time going through behaviour and things, but I can deal with that next week if needs be. in setting out the behavioural expectations. Just so people actually on live stream know, the main one is only one person's talking to the panel at a time. There's not interrupt while they're talking. It's a simple one. Ms. Woods.
Into our everything that was first. Obviously, we've case bundle, but if you want us to send through electronic for urban design and transport on Friday, the responses to the 10 questions, Mr. Miller's is got from you, and we also filed Ms. Gilbert's. Yeah. So that should. And then I also, just before I start on the submissions themselves, as you've already alluded to, Chair, there are. So I think there's some of the Glen panel experts further when he is back from his holiday next week. Discussion before he gives his evidence, but I'm not sure timing wise whether that will be possible. Just flag that as an ongoing discussion, and I think also Mr. Skelton and Mr. That's just to occur. Mr. Brown's also has been liaising with the planners on the density rule, which he will come to when he gives his overview. In terms of also as a matter, we'll try to address some of the themes, but I know Mr. Brown, for instance, wants to give some of those some further consideration to do some supplementary legal submissions, for instance, on the 4th, but we'll see.
There is ongoing conferencing, etc., after next Monday on agreements and how things have done. We could, if that was needed.
Yeah.
So because that then saves hearing time.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So
will do. In terms of the parts, if that's okay with the panel, I'm conscious of a page turn add to those submissions as we go.
no, that would be good. We have all read them, so oral summary or whatever you might, or there might be updates or expansions, and then we can have questions on the different sections, and it's helped the way you've done, very methodically.
The state, Frankton and other Te Pūtahi Ladies Mile has long been an area earmarked for potential urban expansion. The desirability of development in the Ladies Mile area is evidenced by the multiple attempts by various landowners to obtain approvals for urban development, both through the special housing accord processes, 3 of which were rejected by the Consenting Act for the proposed Flint's Park development of Ladies Mile, the pressures for development and the need to comprehensively plan for its future development. Plan for growth in an integrated manner by first undertaking a while the potential of Ladies Mile is not without challenges, there are existing through Ladies Mile, a need to better connect the area with existing areas of development, and a amenities in proximity to the area. Further, its place as a perceived rural, including the slope, careful consideration. These matters, amongst many others, have all been taken into account through the master plan, the notified variation, the submissions and further submissions. The Council acknowledges that the variation represents plan for growth. The variation relies on more use of active planning process, a process that to date has not been used in the district. The Council's development of housing and business land to ensure a well-functioning urban environment, housing typologies, and the Council's evidence has given careful consideration to the various matters and submissions and further submissions, and a range of amendments. The hearing panel are making its recommendations on the variation to the Minister, who obviously has the decision-making power. Just how we've structured things. And to Mr. Brown's overview presentation, but it's a third iteration. Obviously, there was the Section 42A rebuttal. We've got updated versions of the structure plan and zoning maps also.
That's excellent, thank you.
We have landowner interests, place where everything is. Just on what they've tell, but the Anna Hutchinson Trust shown on here is what the land they own. It's not actually the wider than that. As I've already foreshadowed in terms of the responses to the panel's questions, our witnesses last week were concentrating on the submitter responses and giving further consideration to the Council's questions, and that's obviously going to be the panel's questions, sorry, and that will be an ongoing I wasn't proposing to read out my overview from paragraph 17. That's a summary of the variation. And Mr. Brown's presentation that we'll come to in the PowerPoint also does show the existing zoning, which may be helpful in the context of the submissions I'm going to make about area, which is different, and that the variation area is currently zoned rural, large lot residential A of the PDP. The Anna Hutchinson Trust land is a different zoning under the PDP, and it's Wakatipu lifestyle zoning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wakatipu Basin Lifestyle Precinct.
That's,
Just on the zoning, and as I've addressed it, paragraph 19, a lot of the focus of the evidence is obviously on the zoning north of State Highway 6, but the variation does obviously also encompass land to the south of State Highway 6 as well. I've also referenced there at paragraph 20 the role of the structure plan, and you'll hear a lot more about the structure plan and its role in the variation in due course. Moving then to the statutory framework and the jurisdictional issues, I conscious of wanting to. We've got an overview of the process and to address the legal framework in a bit more detail through the summary rather than delving into that detail at this point in time.
Perfect. And then I think with some of the questions we might go into the detail just so I can make sure and if there are any MPS.
It's not something I'd turned my mind strong obligation to wide range of the evidence that to a report and
Been keeping it in their mind. We don't know what any of them actually had and limited themselves only to the bits that were stated in the MPSUD, or whether they've added things they felt were relevant but which aren't necessarily captured in the current district plan or any plan provisions or any definition that's before us. And the risk is we might be unintentionally, I don't want to say misled, but there might be factors that aren't clear to us. The 5 pages of evidence explaining what they thought, but somehow and is the definition just because it's in the MPSUD or equivalence of a policy for the purpose of the provisions proposed? All those things, so we can figure out how to actually engage with the evidence.
thank you. That's a very helpful indication, and Mr. Brown and our witnesses will take that on board. Is obviously also of relevance, and I'll perhaps come on to variation in terms of the MPS HPL. It doesn't apply because of the identification within the spatial plan, but we looked at the LUC class for the Anna Hutchison Trust land. After the variation was notified, in my submission, you're still required to give effect to it. That's consistent with the approach that's been taken on the introduction of all context. I don't actually think much turns on it. To turn on to the jurisdictional issues, and I will take you, I think, this is an issue for you to determine. And two are on the variation, and also whether submissions are within the scope of submissions. I'm going to focus on the first, particular on the variation. Deal with the change to the urban growth boundary. Also say that there's a jurisdictional question over. Obviously, the council's witnesses have all addressed the merits. Take you through this first. Schedule 1. Then the decision maker does not have jurisdiction to consider the submission. It's actually buried in the appendix, but section 80 provides that clause 6 applies. So I say that all of
agree
the
with
case
you
law.
on that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Same case law must apply. My only submission that I add to that is, I suppose, a word of caution in terms of the natural justice type considerations when it's a one-stage hearing process.
And you mentioned that a number of times. So, yes, you're saying that because of this type appeal step for people to... I'm reading
Yes.
the natural...
Adequate notice of what is proposed in this. In other words, is there a real that person of the second limb? To my knowledge, there is no other streamline. So that was to the best of my knowledge, but I may be incorrect on that. But that is my submission rather than being drawn from anything in particular. And obviously, even if it had, unless there was a challenge to the minister's decision, there's no case law on that type of issue either. As a here, the Anna Hutchison Family Trust submission, and I'm not sure whether you had the opportunity to see where Mr.
State Highway 6. We were going to go down and the height of the terrace.
I don't think you can see, yeah.
Highly productive land question might apply to that site
Yes.
too from driving past it, because it's sites.
Yes, sorry. Environment Court decision in relation to the Wakatipu,
Oh.
which says it's not a but Mr. and Mr. Dobbs' land is, I believe, rural zone. Just need to check for their land.
First question.
Hutchison Family Trust submission. Has obviously sought that land be rezoned to the west of. One thing I would encourage the panel to do, submission versus the evidence at some point, because for this I went back and had a look at the submission and it doesn't completely align with now what is being sought. The submission detail, so there was a zoning plan, so showing the LDR with the council cemetery, and then a in terms of how the land would connect in with the to now what is in their evidence in terms of the roading connection. And that is relevant, I say, because that goes to the very heart of the natural justice issues in terms of so I just flag that as something that you may wish to.
Has sought to sort through the evidence process to seek a relief from us that is greater than or more that.
Fine, but what I'm cautioning is that there are potentially other people interested, for instance, who own the land where they are now saying that the roading alignment should go, who were never required may not have appreciated particular change that has actually now changed through evidence as well.
So just so the submissions, the submitters, because of what other submitters in response to other submissions?
It's not so much the change highlights in my submission that there are people that might not be involved in this process who are actually affected by what they're seeking.
Say tentative way, but you invited us on an issue to our attention, and that's legitimate and helpful, don't get me wrong. Might have been affected.
If you turn to the developer land interest, so in particular, sorry.
Okay, well, I'm there. Everyone else?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And there's a block between submitter 82 and 105.
Yes.
There are two quite substantial blocks of land which
You're talking about the two effectively sideways between them?
between the two within the structure plan area. Those submitters have
Again, it's just a quick think about it.
so if you lay there some of the roading layouts and things that they're proposing, they may think about that.
Okay.
Just while we're on, and this sort of the sort of development of the very
is being rezoned by the variation. That goes to what I say in terms of, well, the status quo for that particular piece of land, and then that zoning as a whole was not to what I say is relevant in terms of why this is not on the plan.
They would significantly change the variation on the second to last line. Is it just change, or could it be, from the council's evidence, there's also potentially with Miss Fairgrave, but with others, maybe affect the plan change? Would that
Yes.
be relevant as well, or?
Yes, I think that all goes to why I say it's not within, or not on the plan change. And there's obviously even in Mr. Harlan's responses to questions, he has put some potential, it goes back to kind of this roading issue, some potential roading layouts, but they all do have kind of flow. The increase of the total land area by about a sixth. Total land area, not when you just I don't changes is different. This is what incidental means in this, but it's a change. Say if an area was being
the paragraph 59, page 4, to the section 32 of our in the body, but they're more than just the sort of urban design, road locations, it's landscape, potentially ecology. I'm not sure if I've seen any ecology site visit from the ecology report when it that block, when it was cropped, birds sort of flew in
the
and
foraging habitat
or do what birds do.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Issues that you would expect to be considered in a section 32 sense.
And one section 30.
Yes.
So, sorry, well, just while I'm here, it's public to enlarge. So, is your position A, taking the subject matter as A and the
Yeah, a latitude to zoning land in response to submissions. And that, in part, when also in terms of, the reasoning in motor machinists, draws quite heavily on the fact, of course, for the original plan, you have to notify the landowners within the variation extent. There is no requirement for a submitter to actually notify people of summary of decisions requested.
in terms of reliance on that one after the incident that there is this
some of the second limb factors, which I've already addressed. Just that not knowing who else might be interested submit on that.
actually, sorry, just on that second limb, I think one of the comments in Motor Machinists was speechless, that a person not directly affected at one stage might then find themselves directly affected but speechless at a later stage by dint of a third party submission.
Yes.
So that's the
Goes to the heart of
what you're saying.
yes. Yep,
And
absolutely.
from the council's perspective, it meets that sort of speechless type. I'm not saying it's a criteria or anything, but it's what His Honour's used.
Yes.
Yep. Thank you.
Develop anything further in terms of requested rezoning.
Almost. Just one final one. Spatial area of the Hutchinson land and increasing the area by a sixth, etc. And I appreciate you also made 1/6 of land isn't the same as 1/6 of population. The question is it your submission to us that we are obliged site is in or out, or are we in or out? Or does it, the whole thing, you see what I mean? That no was what was sought, but maybe not all of it.
Yes. My submission on that is that at this point in time, you're required to make a decision on the submission. And they are seeking the whole of that land.
So no in part, either accept or reject.
Unless we're given the option by
Yeah, I
them,
think
that
it
would
has to be
enable
them.
us to have the
And
jurisdiction.
Mr. and Mrs. Their land, it is more finely balanced in relation to their submission. Piece of land being sought to be rezoned. So in my submission it is more akin or could be potentially an incidental consequential. In terms of the two limbs, the first limb factors I've put out, I think it's in particular the issues around land considered at a Section 32 stage, but I acknowledge whether there would be people affected who were not aware of the submission, but those factors are probably or are less at issue here. Council up on the terrace, so I think I obviously do acknowledge it as much more finely balanced, and the council's addressed its position on the merits obviously too. Request to amend the urban growth boundary and the Slope Hill ONF in the Mary Hill and Glen Panel submissions. I note at paragraph 58 that Mary Hill did seek that the Slope Hill ONF line be moved in evidence, so I haven't addressed it further for the purposes of these submissions. Submission sought that and it did not explicitly talk about shifting the ONF line. In footnote 19 are the relevant line. Here they but that move the UGB to align with the ONF so that the urban growth boundary and the ONF lines ran along the same boundary. And I've said at paragraph 60 that while shifting the urban growth boundary could be argued to be within scope, it actually then has a fundamental change in how the ONF is managed. And in my submission, that would be a significant alteration of the status quo. And the ONF interested parties may not have been alerted to the fact that the ONF could be adjusted.
With paragraph 63, do you think that the summary actually going up and into it?
Framed.
Mentioned.
Leaving the jurisdictional issues, I view of just what has been agreed, and then I'll in terms of she'll address some of the I'm conscious you might not want me to go through. The only thing I is that in terms of what economists other than Mr. Thompson on quite a few other issues, but that's obviously all set out in by all experts in the JWSs.
So I'm going to take you through the first of the three variations. So that is the minimum residential density design matter, the economic matters, and then also traffic. Pick up again from the ecology matter at paragraph 123. But we're really just wanting to alert to your attention the affect the structure plan issues that might affect particular portions of land. And what we wanted to, I guess, preface the overarching issues is that these overarching issues that might be in disagreement between the parties have actually significantly narrowed over the course of the evidence exchange and the conferencing and whatnot. And so these are just the ones that I guess remain. So moving on to the minimum residential density, I thought we would just highlight here that this is quite an important part of the variation itself, and Mr. Brown will probably touch on this in his planning overview, but obviously there are 3 residential precincts within the structure plan. You've got the low density, the medium density and the high density, and for both these minimum density, there's density ranges, so you've got a minimum and a maximum, and really a lot of the other evidence flows out of this in terms of the urban design and the economic and how this all fits together as a wider puzzle. And I've just reiterated what Mr. Brown had said. Residential densities, and just highlighting why they are an essential component of the whole package.
Just maybe in the rest of the panel, I'm sure, because you're right, these are important. Obviously there's been ongoing discussions about density levels, etc.
Yes.
tied to that then to a typologies and what's likely to be developed. Then tied to that there's timing
Yes.
out into the future as to what may be viable short to medium and what may be viable in the future but maybe not. And this is more just for thinking for next week and with Mr. Brown, etc. But there's a lot of thought, I think, that needs to go in from urban design and economics, etc. Just focusing on ensuring what is real, what and then what fits with the transport modal shift, which we'll have, and we've already given a whole series of questions on too, and using the land efficiently, and whether you're thinking efficiency in the short to medium term or a future efficiency that may or may not come to pass. And sorry, I'm dropping quite a bit into the whole discussion. And the rest of the panel, please pick up. But the other element of this too is within that package, how much of the package needs to be in Te Pūtahi versus how much may be in etc. Given economist and a person that's quite interesting about 2-story, 3-story, but once you financials and the commercials change, is this and what might need to be done, and from a landscape perspective, if you have 3 levels and then you jump to potentially 6 to 8, does that actually work from a urban design perspective? If so, where then we've got provisions now to deliver the policy to then deliver the residential minima. That was a ramble. We can step through it, and it might be more specific thoughts on that, but I just wanted to raise some answered by experts next week.
Oh, do I have thoughts? Agree with the chair. Section 4 of the NPS UD also talks about, as it relates to base the proposed zone objective talks about and diversity of housing choice, and then we jump into very specific policies that say require, and in some cases require density that the experts actually agree isn't demonstrably feasible, likely for a long term. And so putting aside the experts that say it's a great idea, there's a section 32 evaluation, I think, that as currently posed, noting that the council hasn't sought to amend any district-wide objective, hasn't sought to introduce any particular RTN type based objectives or policies that I can see anyway, and in fairness to Mr. Brown, that may be hiding somewhere in his latest updates that we haven't yet fully understood. But certainly there's a question of that section 32 type hierarchy of objectives implementing part 2 and then policies and methods implementing objectives, and do we agree or can we be persuaded that provisions cast around enablement lead themselves to very directive, quite severe activity status, consequentially policies and then methods for you to think about. Other than that, I think it's fair to say on this topic, a disconnect in my head, which is a disconnect of understanding, not any suggestion of disconnect in the work, is trying to understand, on the one hand, the argument that achieving these densities is so important in resource management terms, it warrants a compulsion, even if the compulsion can't be achieved in the short term. And there's been a lot said about why it's important, but on the buses in the future. But it's clearly not so important that equally close to the bus station on the south side to be mandated. And like a unicorn, the issue is so exist whatsoever on the south side. I haven't been able to track and talk of maybe some views to the remarkables, and that might be resource management imperative of getting density around a future station. So many witnesses are doing different bits of it, but side, when presumably people will be able to catch the bus, depending on how the lanes are configured, and we've been hearing evidence of getting is actually supposedly coming from Lake Hayes Estate and shot over country on the south, and so in my mind if it was limited to land on the north side of the highway, but it's not, and so now south side at all, and that might weaken the council's case. But I haven't seen any objectives or policies that we must achieve a rural gateway. I question whether the gateway... So there's an interconnection and being able to be that there might be a defect in the council's case. It's signalling a lack on my part.
Yeah, that's really helpful, thank you. I guess the one thing immediately and the whole rationale was, well, this is
not developed.
Not developed, and it is
that might be are we as one stop, because presumably we're of existing developed land. Why something more than just a one-stop RTM?
And the other thing that is happening too is the intensification variation.
Before us, no one's given us evidence on it, no one's told us we can intellectually in my part of just understanding contextually some of those issues and how a bit in these processes, but I then a question that particularly attractive. Does that lead us to a shortfall, and does that create an imperative to think about extra land like the Hutchinson land?
And that is something that the witnesses have obviously been considering in a lot of detail. Just on the overall, Mr. Brown's responses to questions indicated that there's some more work being done in terms of the additions and subtractions based on all of the recommendations per ridge. So we had hoped to have that for you today, but that will probably be Monday. And understand how they fit together in more detail.
And then test the council's witnesses on how that affects their evidence. Because I mean, as you alluded to, Chair, it's so interrelated between, you know, the residential density and the economic evidence tied to the issues. So there is
text in the story as to how the council sees us all, with the changes that have
Yep.
occurred, all pulling together in a coherent, dare I use the word, integrated
Yes.
package.
agreed.
And that we will be expecting, as I alluded to at the start, for hopefully the witnesses and the council
Yeah.
for us, rather than us trying to draft multiple provisions in responses to the it's fairer on everybody.
Just on page summary of the key points of evidence. Our witnesses are already thinking to some of your questions circulated last week. We were minded to maybe include some summaries, if we're able to. It might mean that they've more than 2 pages or attach an appendix, but I assume that that would be fine.
If the answers to the questions are attached in appendices,
Yeah.
as an appendix, that
Yeah.
would be great. It may be, I mean, it's always what helps the panel the most.
Yes.
What we didn't want is another 20 pages or something coming
Yeah.
through, and we wanted all the witnesses to really think hard, what are the key points? If you get 5 pages, you fill 5 pages.
Yes.
Well, possible. So where there's also ongoing conferencing, it might be that there's an appendix 1 page just on the conferencing, if that updates us and lets us keep up to speed. But a lot that we've gone with 2 pages, but we're mindful that efficient way, so that makes sense.
Okay, no, that's helpful. So turning to my paragraph 78, a little bit about where we started from and where we've progressed to currently in terms of the densities. You will be aware that various landowner submitters did challenge these densities in their original submissions, and then several landowner submitters have also included that in their evidence filed by their economists. Economist Miss Fairgrave notified version of the variation, but we do acknowledge that her evidence is that it's more at the lower end of those densities rather than getting up to what's in the maximum range. And Ms Fairgrave obviously can address you further on her economic rationale for that, and I think it's of assistance that Ms Fairgrave is currently engaged by the council in terms of the urban intensification plan change. So how does this affect the Wakatipu Basin and also just the region, and how those Ladies Mile fits within the bigger picture? Ms Fair, how that would manifest in the short to medium in each of those time frames, what percentage Ladies Mile would be, what that is, but she has very much turned her mind to that. But what I did note at paragraph 79 was the expert conferencing of the economists did provide some quite helpful guidance on where there is agreement and where there is disagreement. And what I just note there is that the expert conferencing, the economists and the high density council witnesses as well. However, they agree that the density feasible. Witness that said that she did not ever feasible in the long term. I guess just on that, and I don't know whether, I think it might have been part of the what's generally agreed, but what was also agreed by everybody was that medium density, the 40 units per hectare gross, and that is agreed by everybody. And that is, you know, housing typologies, which is the terraced apartments, and everybody agreed that there's a market for that now. Just at paragraph 80, how this sort of ties in with the traffic evidence and report. There's a slight disagreement between the council's witness, Mr. Shields, and then the witness, Mr. Parlane, for Ladies Mile Property Syndicate, about what is the difference between, say, 40 units per hectare versus the continuum up to 60. I guess it is a continuum. You know, you can have a viable public transport network at 40. Increase as you go up to 60, whereas my understanding of Mr. Parlane's evidence is that the benefit when you get above 40 has diminishing of 60 units over. But I think the council's evidence is that kind of when you get above that 40 units, this is what you can test with our council's public of yes, and
The viability of the achieves all the other. Does the council support a route to substantiate what that answer is in its view?
yes.
I hope that's not seen as unfair.
No, and I think that is, I know that there is, for example, Mr. Pickard on behalf of the council. He is the QLDC's transport strategy manager, and he is on the board of the Way to Go to Partnership. So he is continually engages with Waka Pūtahi and ORC on how all of those bits of the puzzle fit together. So in the first instance, he might be the best person to ask those wider questions.
Well, it seems to me it would include at least someone like that, at least a planner who can tell us what the council's thinking about doing about all these other stations to actually do something. Someone like Ms. suggests to plausibly do all of these things in all of these stations. So it's I think.
Yes, agreed. And I guess a lot of my understanding of the bus network that the Ladies Mile would be serviced by, it currently exists. It's not like we're inventing a network that doesn't exist.
I thought a rapid transit service was more than buses on regular roads. Isn't it some kind of facilities like bus lanes and actual isn't it more than just there's a bus service? Well, if that's the argument, just to be fair. I think that's still being asked a question about
that, although that it's all there are still strategies which show what is intended. I guess consistent with what has already been foreshadowed in the strategic.
is there argument? I'm just conscious of time.
I guess the only other remaining thing, and it might only take another 5 minutes, so we can do it after the break, is just, and Mr. Brown will be able to foreshadow, talk to this more, is this slight, as a result of the economic density within the high density precinct now, so we can get things going, but not I don't know, I think you're probably well across the issues and I can talk through them a bit more, but I was just going to highlight a bit of the council's evidence on that.
Okay. Well, should maybe quickly do that.
Yeah, I don't think we...
And we can explore it with Mr. Brown
Yeah.
and others too.
So sorry.
We have a logical pause, please.
Going to paragraph 82, and this is evidence in chief. How you can do the majority of the high density precinct in a medium density ranges, and if that's what the economists have agreed. Fairgrade's evidence at paragraph 82 is that you're looking at a range of, it could be between 6 and 20% of the land area of the high density precinct that would need to be high density. And that could be reduced down to 6% of the land area. And then when you look at that at the overall Ladies Mile percent. So trying to illustrate is that if we are talking about these high density, that there is still a question about whether they will be feasible. It is quite a small portion of the whole thing. But so whilst the planners have obviously acknowledged witness statement, and that's where Mr. Brown has spent time this in a rule framework to unlock. Mr. Brown, do a mini Section 32 analysis in his rebuttal about, what is the best, and you will see it when he hands it up. It is kind of working on an average density application. You then high density, 4 to 6. Exactly say where they are, because obviously that might change in the 10 years that you might consider it. And I think from our perspective, the logical way to this, and so there would be two, I guess is helpful from administrative purposes, but then also, and this is what Ms. Fairgrave's evidence and bearing in mind, if we're talking under that, if the RMA is still around, then a requirement to review operative provisions within 10 years. So the council will already be obligated to see whether, and the way that I sort of foresee it will happen is that there might be a existing covenant might then be amended at that stage, and then that unlocks the further resource consent application. So I think there's still enough flexibility in terms of the legal aspect of that approach, but from a planning perspective, Mr. Brown. And the one last thing I hadn't really put in my submissions or referred to, there is evidence in the likes of Mr. Lowe for the council, and I know the council was quite conscious of not jumping the gun in developing the whole. And that's because we have other examples, Point, where it was developed all at medium development, and there's not enough land. So, the council's evidence is that also is, I know you look at the use of land.
Maximum densities they felt they could achieve at that time, and it just so happens it's been such a success to say we could get even more. That's the complete opposite to a case where the starting point regime is to compel that density from the outset. I'm not following that at all. That's no plus. That happens all across the country all the time.
I guess what I was just trying to illustrate by that point is the council, as part of this process, is trying to take the longer view and not wanting to inefficiently use this piece of land when there is quite significant constraints within the Wakatipu Basin.
Would you accept that one option we should be considering in light of all of that longer term view from an effectiveness and efficiency lens?
Develop their own site, and she acknowledges that her numbers used in approach about how much of a site
not a criticism.
Yeah.
Where it goes, a good idea. Leaves some both relating about hope frees don't exist now. Outcome, for instance, but I'm not Grace.
Yeah.
We need to pick the provisions that we think would be the most likely to succeed. I hope that's something you'd agree with as a general proposition. I think we'd be very interested in an option that I'm not sure has been tested into a workable proposition we might consider further, is how do we get the numbers that are being, I hope, like we've made it by going the whole high density zone to step is what if there was none?
Yeah, no, I think we can give that direction to our witnesses about.
Yeah, well, the percentages don't mean that gets the absolute minimum of the density range on every single site.
So Ms Fairgrey already has in her evidence some quite helpful graphs that you can plot yourself in terms of the percent. A graph that actually had units.
And we're talking for range. No one's asking me to pin down 163 is the magic number. It must equate.
I'm sure it's all embedded in her.
Is a sufficiently small percentage of the overall number.
Yeah.
We're still left with the ability to say, well, we're just not satisfied. It's actually that. Even redistributing, we just say,
So the last thing that I was just going to draw read of the evidence through to the rebuttal evidence is the actual range within the high density unit, going from 60 to 72 down to now 50 to 72. And that was, you can obviously read the evidence in more detail and just trying to provide even more latitude. Effects of slightly reducing that lower end is about 200, and actually didn't make a material difference in terms of the hence why they were happy. The submitter economists, how that changes their thinking. One submitter economist, Mr. Thompson. So I would suggest that that probably has significantly addressed a lot of their concerns about the range, putting aside the ability to do the slightly even lower than that in the short term, provided you still meet that.
Action in the high density
It was
The number.
that sort of
One can control
in the master plan.
it's crossing across on a very separate densities and everything. And I'm keen to have that substantiated further, because if in fact there's 800 more plausible houses that could be slotted in under the existing zone, well, how does all that traffic get dealt with, and why would that get a free pass for those landowners when we talk about natural justice extensively earlier on this morning? Those that's just not, again, it's a comprehension gap on my part, not a suggestion that it hasn't been done. I just
Lovely. Thank you very much, Lindley. Ms Woods, in terms of, I'm just thinking of questions and matters to discuss, and no doubt you've done it too. Urban design, certainly I think we can,
Take
we've
that
read
as
it.
Yep.
We'll pitch those to Mr Brown and then the experts. Economic as well,
Yes.
where I think we've covered
Yes.
that.
Yeah.
We've largely covered traffic, I think, too, by talking about a number of the traffic elements, but there might be, Judith, are there any specific, because we've got Mr Brown coming next,
Yes.
that might be with the traffic, some of the updates of where things are with
Lane. So if you've got any update around that, sort of around your paragraph, I will probably save the bulk of my questions for Mr Shields.
Thank you. I agree the likes of the funding of the various at Mr Shields and also Mr Smith for Waka Pūtahi. What I would foreshadow though is, for example, the bus lanes and some of the upgrades within the State Highway 6 corridor in the Ladies Mile, that is already essentially committed funding, and it is under the regional transport or wider, I guess, infrastructure upgrades are in further understand how that affects their program, because my understanding is they're essentially now abandoning any plan for a roundabout, and they would be going straight to signalisation. I know that they are already in the process of doing sort of notice of requirement for the land required for a roundabout, so all of that sort of thing will have to be I guess amended as we go through the project, and when I guess we get certainty about what is going to be provided for in the provisions, and that where the experts have provided, I guess, a bit more and have agreed this is doing the development differently than what has happened on the south side of the highway, and that's integrated, interspersed through the whole of the variation and the structure plan, and how it's all will go towards addressing some of those issues in terms of reliance on cars.
Just on the delivery infrastructure being my key area of focus, I guess one of the questions I would just like to get out there issue infrastructure on the transport side is tied to subzone delivery. What I'm not getting a sense of is staging across the subzones intended, so you actually have an integrated transport network. I'm quite keen to understand what the thinking is around that.
The submissions
perspective. We've read it all, we've read the evidence, and we've got Mr Brown.
We're in a slightly unusual position, I think, in that there is obviously there is this in evidence, because I'm conscious applies in this some of the concerns that doc letter that, but I've addressed it. I think with are these 3 avifauna species that have been identified as they therefore don't trigger provisions in the provision. It does require a wider approach. The work done by the councils in that space in response to the MPSIB.
No, that's good, thank you. And then it was, yes, it was helpful having that rebuttal evidence for the letter and things because the submission's still there.
Exactly. I mean, we're conscious of not overloading you with evidence, but we felt that you needed to have a response to that letter given the submission still stands, albeit the request to be heard's been withdrawn. Moving then to stormwater, which obviously remains a complex issue and has a fair amount of history, I suppose, is how I'd characterise it. So I've set out a little bit of background, and Mr. Gardner's background evidence contains background, and I know you're not, you're obviously focused on the variation rather than the master plan, but contextually the master plan in relation to stormwater was of some relevance because a particular solution was proposed. And then due to both concerns from landowners but also the council in relation to actually saying where a piece of land that might be to provide the full stormwater solution would be, a change in approach was made. And then obviously the variation provisions didn't have as much detail, and the structure plan didn't show the stormwater areas on it, which was a difference from what was in the master plans. And there have been obviously quite a few further recommendations recommended by Mr. Brown in light of the submissions of Kaitahu and the Friends of Lake Hayes, and to a degree DOC as well, who still I think have some residual concerns in relation to stormwater. So there has been quite a movement through the course of the evidence from the notified plan. The key issue that I'm sure you're still interested in terms of your questions is what role do these guidelines that Mr. Gardner has talked about in the JWS, what role do they have? And I think hopefully you'll find his responses to questions have provided some clarity around that, and that what his responses are saying is that the guidelines aren't really about requiring or creating additional obligations, but it's putting a lot of information in one place for people to try and I guess make a more kind of usable document to have some of this complex thing. And I think Mr. Gardner will talk to you obviously about this in due course, but things like diagrams just to explain some of the concept and how it works together is what he has in mind in terms of those guidelines. As I put in my submissions, my view is you have to obviously be concerned with the provisions and what they do rather than the guidelines per se, which will obviously be subject of a further process.
Can we put any weight at all on a suppositional document that's not before us?
No, I don't. Not in an evidential sense, no. And the
so it could be the best thing ever, but there's a shrug of our shoulders that says, "So what?"
Yeah,
Let's just stand up here and now, right?
I agree with you. It's about the provisions that you have to be concerned with.
That probably signals I don't have any questions of this future guideline from future witnesses either.
In terms of the other aspect that I just want to draw attention to in terms of stormwater, which is obviously we've got stormwater within the developable area of the future variation, but one of the challenges of this particular area is Slope Hill and the stormwater that flows off Slope Hill. And where the evidence has got to is that obviously all stormwater within the development area in a 1% AEP can be soaked to ground. The experts, I think, but are not sure that the same will apply to Slope Hill and the water that comes off Slope Hill. And so that's where Ms. Prestige's evidence talks about, well, if we can't soak all of that to ground, and there does need to be a discharge to Lake Hayes, that at that point you might need to think about water quality expertise in terms of what the effect of that discharge is. But the provisions are all about avoiding discharges to Lake Hayes, and I've made the submission here to the extent that that might be the end result. That is something that we will only know once detailed design has happened. And the actual discharge itself is, of course, an ORC function, not a QLDC one.
Yeah, a question on that, and it's at probably the bottom of Slope Hill, and whether overland flow for those larger rain events, first flush, can be dealt with there before that precipitation ends up going through what will eventually be built environment. So separating off, I suppose, the higher quality water not requiring treatment, but doing it at the early planning stages so there's equity across all landowners, because then there'll still need to be that overland flow path potentially near the state highway to cover those big rain events before it goes into swells, where those, if it's chambers or whatever it is, where those are situated, so that there is still also that equity across all properties as part of the rezoning.
Absolutely. One, I would encourage you to explore those questions with Ms. Prestige and Mr. Gardner. I don't want to profess any expertise with respect to stormwater, but what I would note is, I think in the evidence in chief that Ms. Prestige filed, there was at the toe of Slope Hill an area kind of annotated for that purpose. So I think my understanding is that is certainly the intention with how the stormwater solution would be developed, but I don't profess to be able to answer the detailed questions.
Look forward to seeing that when we get the opportunity to explore it, and ensuring that where priority can be given is to have flow away from the highly sensitive end.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can I just add in there too, stormwater doesn't stand by itself. Just going through all of the evidence and joining some of the dots. In terms of ecology, some of the points raised by Ms. Palmer is that those swales, assuming we have swales, will provide habitat for those birds that are displaced. Similarly, Ms. Galavasi mentions the those open spaces with the swales potentially contributing to spaces for people to enjoy those areas as well. But I have no certainty whether that is actually going to be the stormwater solution, because there seems to be so many options on the table, and like you say, everything happens at detailed design stage. So I'll just raise that really as an observation that we do have a lot of different experts, but there is some dot joining missing between some of the experts. I think if we put a lot of stormwater people in the room, they'd come up with a solution, but it may not actually cover off some of the concerns or some of the solutions that people are seeing in the stormwater outcomes, because they may not be there. If we go to, I just think that's something that we'll need to pick up on with some of the
It's a very valid comment, and there was quite a bit of discussion between the ecologists and stormwater experts during a proposed amendments for evidence in chief. But there is a difficulty because we're not saying exactly what the stormwater solution is or where it is. So I acknowledge that, and I will encourage our witnesses to give that some further thought. Thank you.
And this has been, I think, covered in the questions, written ones we've provided, but also with that avoidance of direct discharges, it might be that that can't happen.
Yeah.
So accept ORC's got a function, but if you've got a policy on the variation that it has to be designed to avoid direct discharges. It's we do touch on it in the questions, but it's looking at that policy framework and making sure that the provisions will work and will work in a way that address the avoidance of effects within Lake Hayes.
Yes, and I think, sorry.
Oh, no, go.
Just two things in relation to that. The first is, I think, some of the thinking was a distinction between, say, a piped discharge to Lake Hayes versus some overland flow that might still happen. The other thing is, Mr. Brown did recommend an amendment to that policy so it now says avoid the significant discharges or significant effects. Sorry, I can't remember which it is, but so that we are alive to that issue. And there has been some thinking around that also.
And then given the, I'm using significance twice, given the significance of Lake Hayes, is it merely avoid a significant discharge, or what thinking will need to be done? And we'll question the experts on that, but just as a flag of, it's a very sensitive environment, it's a very important environment, and having some regime that may or may not happen or what, it's just having more comfort for the panel as to what is being proposed.
Yes.
It's not that it's the absolute locked in pipes of this or this or this, it's that something can be done that could deliver the variation without affecting the lake.
Yes.
Or is it that if you have the variation, you have to affect the lake? And it's just knowing that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the council's just grappling with trying to offer flexibility, how much flexibility can be offered versus how prescriptive the provisions need to be. So we're very alive to those issues and we'll endeavour to address them further for you.
Thank you.
I guess related to that is my section on the feasibility and the Three Waters funding.
Yes.
So the council hasn't provided for in its LTP the funding for the Three Waters infrastructure at this point in time. And there is a slightly kind of chicken and egg situation going on with respect to the rezoning of the variation area versus the funding. And obviously the variation can't commit the council to do the funding, and that's subject to a whole another set of decision making on behalf of the council. So no, it's not funded and the council hasn't made a commitment to fund. In that regard, I would note though that within the district it has been quite common for the council to essentially have developer-led infrastructure in a range of different subdivisions and parts of the district. So to the extent it may not fund those Three Waters, this isn't particularly out of the ordinary in that regard. And the council, enters into development agreements and the like to deal with the obligations and the issues that come to bear when you actually get to putting the pipes in the ground, so to speak. So I realise it's probably not of complete comfort to the panel, but this isn't a particularly out of the ordinary situation in relation to how land is unlocked for development within the district.
Isn't the issue just one of getting your planning witness to take us through to the planning provisions that will ensure nothing untoward can get ahead of itself before this is in place?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's again why I've said at paragraph 146, the critical matter is the provisions.
Yep. And just on that, we talked earlier about timing and short-term, medium-term density, etc. Might that be a moot point if we've got to wait? My understanding LTPs are going through, well, may have gone through. So potentially 3 years unless there's a variation to the LTP. So is it that you're saying that there's at least a 3-year maybe delay to the start of anything, or you could see a variation.
Well, I think that
potentially
developers
happening.
will come forward wanting to unlock and fund that themselves. So I don't think the timing per se is particularly influenced by the LTP cycle in this instance, and there's definitely evidence from some of the landowners saying they want to get going as soon as they can. So
Yeah, that's what made me think. So if it's, and again, this is probably more for the planners, but it's how is that going to be integrated if it's done developer-led
yeah.
to, again, touching on what Ian was saying, with the plan provisions as they are now across the PDP, does that control it, or is this, and might be different to other sites whereby there's a number of landowners of quite large parcels, and just making sure it's all integrated together.
I think that, poor Mr. Brown, I keep deferring things to him, but there's been a lot of thinking in relation to that, and the likes of the stormwater provisions, for instance, the information requirements, that is all tied to that type of issue. Yeah.
Thank you.
I wasn't proposing to address landscape issues. They, obviously the experts have agreed from a landscape perspective, and then there are some quite site-specific landscape issues. So we've addressed those separately in terms of the landowner specific issues, so I'll probably just address them then.
Certainly from my perspective, I don't think there's need. I've read all the landowner ones. It all makes sense to me, what you've said, and fits together well. There's certainly nothing beyond what we'd discuss with Mr. Brown and then the experts next week, from my point for you to address. But do other panel members have questions through this part? Because it might be if there's some particular points you want to pull out, but otherwise it might be time for the well-mentioned Mr. Brown
No,
to save the day.
Yes, I'll perhaps just very briefly address you in terms of, we've addressed the rezoning and the merits of the rezoning, and you'll obviously hear a lot more about that. The submitter-specific issues, all I want to say is that there has actually been a significant narrowing of the issues, and the council has tried to address a number of those issues, and I think has. There's still some questions, no doubt, on some of the individual submitters and things that they were seeking, but there has been, I think, quite a big movement both through evidence in chief and rebuttal to try and address those issues for landowners. I don't think that there's anything else, if you don't have questions, and conscious of time, that I need to specifically address you on. So that concludes our legal submissions.
Thank you. And to the degree, as we discussed earlier, there might be some supplementary next Monday, and also closings.
Yes.
The best way for us is to have time considered and looked at in closings. So obviously we'll know better where we're placed at the end of the hearing, but looking at written closings after time and thought, and mentioning Mr. Brown as well, has been able to come through with the sort of closing package of provisions as the council sees them.
That's certainly what we had in mind. We are very conscious of trying to assist you, and of what you've said, particularly in the opening today too. So I think we'd definitely be best able to do that if we can do that in writing. And timing-wise, well, perhaps we're best to have that discussion.
We can see, I'm thinking at the moment it might be in the new year.
That's
but,
what
if we get to the end of the hearing and everyone's agreed and happy, wonderful.
Yeah, we had in mind it would probably be in the new year too.
We are just conscious of obviously the timeframes under the SPP process, and I think we had working back from when your decision I think if you were to close the hearing after receipt of that information, I think the last day that you could do that would be about the 2nd of February. But we can double check that. But yeah, so it could be in the new year, but not too far into the new year.
Yes, no, I was thinking probably late-ish in January.
Yeah.
Just so you can have a break. They just delegate it to Mr. Brown. Wonderful, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think
Thank you. Actually, watch my folder. Okay, Mr. Brown, round one.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou. Jeff Brown, you ought to have figured out I'm a planner by now. I was, one of my very first jobs was as a planner here for the council, and that was in the 1990s, so I've been around a while. I lived here for 10 years. I now live in Auckland, but our head office is still in Queenstown, so I still spend a lot of time planning and being in Queenstown and environs. To be here today. I have a PowerPoint presentation, and I've also handed up the updated version of provisions and the current draft of some changes to the density rule. I thought we would just go through the PowerPoint presentation and you can fire questions away as you see fit on the way through and then turn to the provisions. But maybe we turn to the provisions on the way through. We'll just work it out.
We'll see how we go. And I am conscious to have been reminded lunch is at 12:30, but we might go through to 12:45. They've been tipped off that we're running a little bit behind.
Okay.
So we'll go through for 45 minutes. With the slides, could we get a hard copy of those too,
yes.
please?
And I've been instructed to say at the start that the PowerPoint presentation is available on the council's website.
Oh, perfect. Don't worry about it.
Yes, on the Ladies Mile page.
Perfect. Can just print it. That's fine.
Yes.
Too quick.
So you'll be familiar with the location, and does the pointer actually work on this? No, it doesn't, unfortunately. But the red circled area is the land in question, more or less. You'll see to the south is Shotover Country Estate and Lake Hayes Estate. They're the existing communities. Shotover River to the west, Lake Hayes to the east, Slope Hill to the north. The state highway running all the way through the middle on its route from Frankton, which is off to the west as well. And you'll see the airport there, and Remarkles Park is south of the airport. Current zoning. I might just approach the board and do some pointing. So here's our zone, more or less. You'll see the the green colour, that's the rural lifestyle zone. The bluish colour is the Wakapu Basin Rural Amenity Zone. The darker blue colour is the Wakapu Basin Lifestyle Precinct. This is the large lot residential A zone, which is the Koto Ridge subareas H1 and H2. This is all the Shadow Country Special Zone, which is under the operative district plan at the moment. It hasn't yet been transitioned to the proposed plan. This is the rural zone under the proposed plan, and the rural zone also applies to that spot there, which is the dog. This is all low density residential, which is the Lakes Estate, and Wakapu Basin rural zone through here, and the hatch line represents part of the priority area for landscape scheduling, which is a separate council process going on at the moment. I think, and the urban growth boundary is the red dotted line, current red dotted line. Planning context, I'll just spend just a few minutes just with a little bit of background. The indications from the proposed plan independent hearings panel. In 2015, the proposed plan was notified. There were a lot of submissions to do with the Wakapu Basin. The hearings panel, when deciding on those submissions, decided that it was too much to handle, and they wanted a land use study, in effect almost a master plan for the whole of the basin, to understand better what the pressures were and what the capacities were and so on. And as a result of that, the Wakapu Basin Rural Amenity Zone and the Lifestyle Precinct emerged, but also some urban scale development was identified in a couple of places, including at Ladies Mile. And so the Wakapu Basin Land Use Study in 2017 recommended urban development, but the inclusion of a Ladies Mile gateway precinct, and anticipated low to medium density housing with 75 metre setback from State Highway, and that there should be a structure plan process to assess various things, including amenity, landscape and infrastructure. And at that time, however, the council deliberately chose not to move forward with the recommendation for urbanisation at that stage, because there was special housing area applications coming along, and the council then decided that they would leave it to the HASHA and the lead policy, which the council had established with the government back in 2014 under the HASHA. And the lead policy generated a master plan in 2017, which is that plan there. I'm just putting that up there just to show you what the sort of the range was being contemplated. And you'll see there's a little town centre in the red. There's some high density around it, some medium density around it. There's lots of open space, and there's various low density patches as well. That didn't go anywhere. The spatial plan was the next key movement in the evolution of this, and you'll see, and again I'll approach the board. Various centres and various movements and pressures. There's Tahuna, Gulf Queenstown, Frankton with the airport, a large centre. The southern corridor, all determined in the spatial plan as new urban development area, growth area, building on what was already there at the time, which was Jack's Point, and the eastern corridor, which is what we're dealing with, building on Shadow Country and Lakes Estate, and turning that into a large urban growth area. They were the two main urban growth imperatives under the spatial plan for the Wakapu Basin. There were a few little extensions here, there, in other places, but these were the two major ones. Then there were special housing areas happening at the time. Firstly, there was the Bridesdale development. This was in around 2015, 2016. That's off to the right there. Then there was the Queenstown Country Club, which occupies a whole lot of space on the upper terrace adjacent to the highway. Then there were two more, the Glen Panel and Flint's Park, which were large SHAs on the north side of the highway. And there was Shotover Country, which was attached to the Shotover Country Special Zone, and then there was Laurel Hills on the south side of the highway. The council was dealing with Laurel Hills, Glen Panel and Flint's Park more or less at the same time, and decided to not go ahead with those SHAs because they wanted rather to look at this holistically and to master plan it comprehensively and to not do it in a way in an ad hoc, bit by bit fashion. So the Te Pūtahi Lady Mile master plan process and plan variation came along, that initiative, and that was a culmination of a series of moves over sort of 5 to 6 years towards master planning for a comprehensive integrated urban development of the area. It's the principal vehicle for implementation of the spatial plan's intent for the Eastern Corridor, and the intention is for the variation to complement the existing suburban communities and for the Eastern Corridor as a whole to become a well-functioning urban environment. I've made notes of Commissioner Munro's point about a well-functioning urban environment, and I've got some views that we can talk about maybe today, but I'll certainly be corralling the witnesses to give us their views from their various points.
For what it's worth, Mr. Brown, on that, and appreciate your volunteering and willingness to talk about it today. My sense is it's better for everyone who appears to put their best foot forward, and that to me feels like it's probably you taking the time to talk to those other witnesses and you know, do it once, do it right, and not get caught giving us a bit of an answer now and a bit later. Then that'd just be my immediate response. I don't know.
Certainly, yes.
Yep.
Yeah. I could say now though that I did address this in the 42A report in, I think it was section 10 or so, and you used the term open-ended on the policy 1 of the MPSUD, and I think
it's that word includes in the definition. So there's an invitation for councils looking to embed the NPS in their plans to go much to the sky, the moon and back, as the books might say about it.
Key issues then, integration, housing, diversity, affordability and efficiency, non-residential activities, traffic, stormwater and ecology, urban design and built environment, and climate change and sustainable development. So I'm just going to work through those issues now and how the plan responds to them. Key issue 1 is integration. I'll put these all up at once. We have an objective, a key objective, that development complements and integrates with adjoining urban development in Ladies Mile itself, i.e. within our plan change area and the development, the existing communities south of the State Highway. Development is to be consistent with the structure plan, which I'll talk about in a moment. Is to be integration and coordination of location of activities, the primary roading, key intersections, open spaces, green networks, and walkway and cycleway routes. That's the policy framework, and the methods are the zoning plan and the structure plan, and of course the rules that require the development is consistent or generally consistent with at least the structure plan. There is the updated version of the zoning plan. You'll see the precincts there. There's the commercial precinct just to the right of the Howards Drive extension. There's the high density precinct all around it. There's the open space precinct to the east on the south side of the highway. That's the council owned land. The intention there is that will become playing fields and a community area, possibly with buildings for community type purposes. The brown area in the middle south of the highway is the Queenstown Country Club, which this variation is proposing to change the zoning from rural and Shotover Country Estate Special Zone to the low density residential zone. And then low density precinct on the other land south of the highway, and then medium density precinct towards the west on the northern side. There's a Glen Panel precinct, just to close that off, which is built around a historic homestead that's already there that you may have seen on your site visit.
Just, you mentioned, is this the updated sort of latest one, or are
Yes.
those buffers, are they the 75 metre?
No, they're
They're
25 now.
25 metre, and the commercial precinct's been enlarged?
Yes, it has.
Right.
Yes. Yep.
Thank you.
Then there is the structure plan. That will show, I mean, there's a key there. It shows the boundary of the area. It shows all of the sub-areas which have implications for the traffic infrastructure staging works. It has the key roads, the highway obviously, the works around the highway, the key intersections, the collector type road A, which is the east-west running road more or less north of the highway, and the collector roads linking the highway to collector road A. Shows the open spaces and the public, the active travel links. And landscape buffers, trees to be retained. You'll see also some of the items are marked with a star, and I'll be talking about that at some point. There were submissions about the locked-in nature of the structure plan and whether all of the items needed to be actually locked in that position without some wriggle room, or if they could just be generally consistent with it. So there's a modification to the rules where some of the items can be generally consistent with the structure plan. We still want them more or less in the same location, but not that fixed, as opposed to some items which are still would like to be in a fixed position.
Just with that, and I may be jumping ahead, so this might not be the best time, but if you look at the structure plan, and then Judith earlier and Ian's talked about it too, and I think I have, about integrating the development with the transport, etc. And it was, I think, one of our questions as well, is just that thought of explaining the story as to potentially how you see it being developed and staged as it goes. And it might be there is no story, it's ad hoc, go for gold, but it's just explaining how you actually see the variation area being developed over time and how the parts integrate. And I think that would certainly, for me, help me understand the story of what the council sees the plan to be. And if the plan is, it's up to the landowners, but hopefully the council might have some thinking as well. And now might not be the time to do it. So,
we may as well grapple with that now, because there isn't a plan per se other than what's on the structure plan that developers need to be consistent with. And this may be foreshadowing questions that the panel has asked that will be
yes.
coming back to you next week. But there are developers, landowners with different agendas, different timings, they want to do different things. But we want them, when they're putting in their piece of the jigsaw puzzle, to do it this way when they come to do it. So that there may not be a logical, east-west development build, or a west-east or a north-south. But as it all gets developed, all of the pieces of the jigsaw will all fit together if they obey all of the right rules and the structure plan. That includes the transport infrastructure trigger issues, which we'll be talking about, and the open spaces and the active travel links, and so on. So the intention is it would all fit together in time to try and impose a more stringent staging regime than what we already have with the transport works rules. I would have thought would have been possibly inequitable for some of the landowners if they had to wait 5 or 10 years or whatever it would be, when there are some in the middle that may be ready to go now, some may not be, but as long as when they are ready to go, they do it this way. So that foreshadows what the answers I think will be to the question, but again I'll be talking to the other experts. Yeah.
The tie-ins also things like stormwater and the other infrastructure too. Just the question I've got in my mind is just if it goes ahead ad hoc, yes, there's a structure plan there, but what does that mean for the infrastructure? Obviously the road needs to be done, but stormwater, how do we integrate it? Yes. In a way that can then fit within the different outcomes and visions seen for the variation.
And can we talk about that when we get to the actual stormwater provisions?
Absolutely.
Because they're all about integration as they go.
Perfect. Thank you.
So, sorry, just before we move on, Dave's just asked you a question around, and you've answered around different developers, different timings, different agendas, which I understand. I guess something I'm really alert to is the risk to the overall delivery if somebody's sitting in the middle and is not interested in developing. We have the example of, I think, the Pet Lodge is not particularly interested, but if there's excuse me, another more significant landowner who might actually stifle the delivery of Ladies Mile as a whole because they're just not ready to go, not interested. And this goes back again to the traffic, particularly given that everything seems to be predicated on reaching the mode shift targets, which requires all of the infrastructure. So once again, it might be a question that's more appropriate for Mr. Shields, but I'd be interested on your take from a planning perspective around that.
So like all of the facets of this, the transport works would likely come along at some of them at different times, but ultimately if everyone develops all in time, then they'll all fit together. There are some items of the transport infrastructure works, like Ms Woods alluded to, which would likely go all at once, like the road widening for the bus lanes and the bus stops being installed all at the same time. I would have thought in a works program they wouldn't do that piece by piece, they'd probably do the whole thing all at once, just as I understand they're doing along the Frankton stretch west of the bridge. Am I right about that? That's all happening all in one fell swoop?
It's the same designation. I think the actual implementation may be in a staged manner, but Pūtahi can talk that more.
Yes, that would be a question for Mr Smith of Wakakatahi. So there may be some critical things that would all happen across the board all at once. I think you also mentioned in questions to Ms Wood about the amenity access area, which is an important little part of the infrastructure as well. I think that would logically be coming along in an ad hoc manner, for want of a better word, because that would only be progressed and built by the landowner as they're doing their development. Unless we could all agree on a mechanism that it all has to happen at once, which could involve designations and land acquisition and so on.
Thank you.
But at the moment, the provisions allow that to be happening just as development happens. Am I going backwards? Yes, I am, sorry. Issue 2 is housing diversity, affordability and efficiency. We're looking to achieve a range of residential intensity and diversity of housing choice to promote affordable homes, self-sustaining community and efficient use of urban land. This is all predicated on the existing communities at the Eastern Corridor, which are generally low density dormitory suburban suburbs with little in the way, apart from shot over school, but little in the way of social amenities and community infrastructure, so to speak. Heavily reliant on private motor vehicles for almost all of the trips that they need for shopping and work and so on, and schooling, apart from those that can walk to shot over school. So the policy framework is that we want to promote a range of residential densities and diversity of housing choice via a range of topologies, and requiring minimum residential densities in the high and the medium density precincts. And the intent is therefore that we're making the most efficient use of the land available. The methods are the restricted discretionary rule for residential units, which include as matters of discretion, matters of diversity, the range of unit types and choice for the market, and the rule 49.5.16, which is the mechanism that requires density to be within specific ranges for the high density precinct and the medium density precinct. And there are further modifications from the rebuttal version, which I'm happy to talk to now, or when we're going through the provisions. But you've got them there in front of you, and I'm in your hands on when we do that.
Possibly later, but up to other panels.
I would just signal, and I'm happy to do it later, but I'd signal for you that this seems to be the key objective in the entirety of the district plan that would support the introduction of the requirement for minimum densities.
No. There is the modifications to Chapter 4.
Yeah.
Yep. Which are in the provisions towards the...
You're referring to this pack you've given us?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
So after the Chapter 49 provisions, there is an addendum. There is a new section to be inserted into Chapter 4. And
yes,
to preface that, Chapter 4 is structured. There are some provisions, objectives and policies that talk about why urban growth boundaries are necessary and how they are established. Generalising here. Then there is an objective and a suite of policies that talk about that's objective 4.2.2, but particularly policy 4.2.2.2 is the urban growth boundary. Efficiency of land use, and the new policy 4.2.22, which is avoiding residential development that doesn't achieve the residential density minimum. So that's the higher order policy framework that this objective and policy suite then fits into.
I'd certainly see the linkage to the new 4.2.2.22. For you to think about, are you satisfied that even by introducing 4.2.2.22, which is a policy, that introduces avoiding development that doesn't achieve the required densities, are you still satisfied that that itself has been properly supported by the balance of Chapter 4, which I read talked about enabling rather than, and enabling is a specific word, which is allow to happen, which is quite a different thing to compelling or requiring. And it may be that you are satisfied it all connects up, and it's just for you to think about going forward. Are you satisfied that there's enough meat in the actual objectives that signals that over and above enablement there may be a legitimate and proper role for compulsion of minimum density, which is very different to saying here's a height limit, but it's over to you.
No, I am satisfied, and
okay.
I think if I go back to policy 4.2.2.2, which is allocating land within urban growth boundaries into zones which are reflective of the appropriate land use, having regard to a number of things, including the need to provide a mix of housing densities and forms within a compact and integrated urban environment.
So you don't think that is speaking more generally to whether it should be a high density zone or a low density zone or a commercial zone or an open space zone?
Well, it's speaking to providing a mix of housing densities, among other things that are to do with the list that you just recited.
So you think that covers not just the allocation of land use zones as a high level method, but the mechanics of methods within zones?
Well, I think it opens the door to the mechanics, which is then what our complementary objectives and policies in Chapter 4 then build on.
Thank you.
So we'll come back to the actual rule a wee bit later. Issue 3 is the non-residential activity mix. There are 3 relevant objectives. As the objective for the commercial precinct, and that is for a compact, convenient and accessible area for meeting the needs of local residents. And again, not just the new entrance into this zone area, but the wider eastern corridor. The Glen Panel precinct, which is a smaller centre built around the heritage cottage or villa and complementing the commercial precinct, and a range of compatible non-residential activities in the balance of the zone. And the policies enable a range of non-residential activities, including retail within the town centre and the smaller neighbourhood centre. They enable education activities, provide for visitor accommodation and now residential visitor accommodation in the high density precinct. They provide for community activities, open space and recreation, and generally don't provide for a range of other activities which you wouldn't otherwise normally find in a residential type environment. And the methods then are the zoning plan, delineating location of precincts, the activity mixes in the commercial precincts, a 4,000 square metre supermarket in the commercial precinct. You would have read the evidence around why that's doubled in size. Education activities provided for, community activities provided for in various places. The open space precinct, which is the council land, provided for mainly by the existing zone, which is the open space and REIT zone. And some specific provisions, and then there's residential visitor accommodation in the high density precinct. Issue 4 is traffic. The idea is to minimise the generation of additional vehicle trips on State Highway 6 and reducing as far as practicable vehicle trips along State Highway 6 generated by the adjoining residential areas at Ladies Mile. And the policy framework for that is provide for a range of activities that will reduce the reasons for private vehicle trips outside of the Eastern Corridor and require the integration of all of the Eastern Corridor communities, provide for efficient and effective public transport through the densities, the road configuration and minimising car parking, requiring the infrastructural transport works, providing for an encouraging active travel and requiring workplace and school travel plans. That's the policy framework. And the provisions themselves.
Can we just go back to the objective?
Yes.
And again, it's just signalling to you to think about. This was one objective where I didn't quite understand the wording proposed relative to what I understood of the intent. And specifically, and again, this is just for you to have a think about rather than feel you need to answer now. Development in the zone minimises the generation of additional vehicle trips. Well, you do that by limiting density because it's activities that create demand for travel. Mm-hmm. And so one aspect is mixing activities so people don't have to leave. Mm-hmm. But I'm not sure that's minimising the generation of additional vehicle trips in the way that you might be. Well, put another way, it could be read to mean a number of things, and an applicant who says, I don't want to achieve these mean minimum densities, I want to do lower density, and I think I've got support from your own objective because I'm minimising the generation of vehicle travel by doing less density. And that might not be what's intended, but I could foresee an entrepreneurial mind thinking, well, if you're telling me to minimise the generation of vehicle travel, I've got a great solution for you, less density. And that's probably not what's sought, because I think the council simultaneously wants to get a lot of activity here. It's I don't know what the wording might be, and I don't know whether this is actually wrong, but I can, as I read it, it might have more meanings than just the meaning that's been proposed. And related to that, vehicle trips along State Highway 6, I can understand the management of vehicle generation because that can be managed by way of land use control. The second leg of it, how we might control what people choose to do and where they might choose to travel outside of a consenting authority, I didn't quite see. Again, it might be fine, but when I read it the first time, it struck me that it's difficult to stop people travelling along State Highway 6 once they've got their approval, once they've got their car, once they're deciding where to work, where to go and shop, where to go on the weekend, etc. And I wondered whether there's any realistic way the council can reduce people's decisions to make trips along State Highway 6, because we're not proposing to say the intersection gets closed for 10 hours a day and you just can't do it physically. It's about, you know, that grey area of governing the choices people make once they've been wound up and set loose in a built environment.
I can see your point about the wording. First thing I'd say about that is reading down to the policy framework would give, I think, greater meaning to the
That the policies implement the objective. They don't broaden the objective or give it a different meaning, do they? And that's where I got my confusion from, because I read the policies and I said, seems to me they're not necessarily...
Just the second point I'd make about that is that we can't dictate what people will do and where they'll go and when they decide to do a trip or anything like that. But what we can do is give them better options so that they're not forced to go west across the bridge every time they want to go to school or go to a supermarket.
And that might be the signal into where the language of the objective might be more directly focused to what's intended and what otherwise is coming out of the package.
Okay. So we've already covered some of this then. So we've got zoning and location of activities, the commercial nodes and so on, the structure plan requirements that promote new roading, the active travel links, the cross sections and the north-south integration to make it easier for people from the south to get to all of the amenities on the north side, the transport infrastructure works rules, of course, the minimum density rules, the end of the rules requiring active travel end of trip facilities to enhance the attractiveness of active travel, and this travel management plan rules. Mr. Pickard will be able to talk to you more about some of the other initiatives the council has for behavioural change generally across the district that will apply here as well. Not things that we can put in rules for, but they're initiatives that give people more reasons to not get in their car. Key issue 5 is stormwater and ecology. There's the... Oh. What's happened there?
Yeah, maybe it's time for lunchtime. It's probably bang on.
Battery.
Oh, we've only got 5 minutes as well before lunch. Sorry, but that way the kitchen, I think, the downstairs is ready.
It may be the battery's flat, which may be that we...
Carry
Could
on.
we adjourn? May as well take lunch now. And we'll come back at
Thanks. That's-
1:30. Yep. That will
Certainly.
only leave us a sort of hour or so, unfortunately, just with the flights.
What's
But
the time
that's
now?
fine because we've got next week.
Oh, yeah, okay. That's fine, yes, yep.
Or slightly 1:25 maybe, 5 more minutes.
Yeah, 1:25, that sounds good.
Perfect. Thank you. welcome back everybody, and we'll go back to Mr. Brown doing the summary introduction, high-level overview, and thank you for this. This is very helpful, getting
Thank
it packaged in this simplistic type manner.
Thanks for that. So we'll carry on. We got up to key issue 5, which is stormwater and ecology. You heard a little bit of the background this morning about the original master plan looked at a comprehensive solution involving 2 large stormwater management areas, with everywhere else feeding into that or coming out of that. For various reasons, including the what looked like the council requirement to either acquire land or in one way or another lead the process to establish that, and pushback from the developers on that point, and their preference for doing their own individual solutions. What found its way into the notified provisions was I guess a non-integrated individual approach, which in submissions got a lot of pushback from a number of parties that you heard about this morning, particularly the Kaitahu entities, DOC, Friends of Lake Hayes, the Threepwood range of submitters, and various others. We re-evaluated everything in an almost back to the drawing board fashion with the witnesses, Mr. Gardner and Ms. Prestige, who was brought on board for her particular skills in this area as well, and have gone back to a comprehensive integrated solution that wouldn't allow each developer to do their own thing. It would everything each landowner needs to do would have to be part of an integrated solution across the development area, and taking into account Slope Hill as a source area of water, and then the downstream environments being Lake Hayes, Kawara River, Shotover River, and the groundwater. The provisions got quite an overhaul. You would have seen from the Section 42A report, and we'll look at those when we actually go into the provisions in more detail. But the higher level objectives and policies require, as part of the subdivision objective 27.3.24, the requirement in that, which is the global objective for subdivision, but there needs to be ecological corridors and areas for stormwater management. You'll see in the middle line there, as well as all of the other things that the subdivision promoter needs to be providing for, and objective 49.2.8, which requires development that does various things, including contributing to an integrated approach to stormwater management, and then policies that require a number of things. Areas of open space and facilities for functioning as ecological corridors and stormwater management areas as part of a wider blue-green network, requiring the design of stormwater management systems to avoid direct stormwater discharges to Lake Hayes and avoiding adverse effects of discharges on those rivers and the state highway network and groundwater and on neighbouring sites, and requiring minimum areas for permeable surfaces for stormwater management. And the rules to go along with that, the methods, there are matters of discretion, including how the stormwater management proposed will be managed as part of an integrated stormwater management system for the zone, and how a fully integrated stormwater management solution for Slope Hill is to be coordinated with stormwater management generally across the zone. There's a fairly detailed information requirement that you'll see to be fulfilled at subdivision consent stage for statement and supporting plans to demonstrate how the stormwater management proposed will be managed as part of an integrated stormwater management system for the zone, and assessment matters that look at subdivision design and integrated stormwater management system. there's the inclusion of the guiding principles that were originally in the master plan document that were left out of the notified, but we brought back in response to the submissions. And along with all of this is assessment of impacts on Indigenous biodiversity. Probably when we get to the detail of the words, I can talk through this further.
Just one question at the higher level. Have you got experience of this sort of revised method working in other places, or an example of where something similar is being done with an equally sensitive receiving environment?
Similar circumstances, but not with the kind of receiving environment we've got here at Lake Hayes, but I was involved in the Huapai Triangle, which happened to be the very first special housing area that came out in Auckland, and that was a large rezoning from a rural context to an urban context, where there was generally properties upslope and properties downslope, and all properties were required to manage their stormwater in one way or another, but part of an integrated package. That left some landowners being required to have more of their land involved in the stormwater management, particularly the downstream people, and so there had to be a way through of working out what was the equitable situation there, where some landowners are required to take the water from upstream, manage it before it gets discharged ultimately to Huapai River, it was, after treatment and so on. So that took a lot of working out, amongst the landowners.
And ultimately was successful?
It's as far as I'm aware, I haven't been there for a while, but it's all built out. So yes, it must have got through all of the methods that were proposed for that.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown, I note that a lot of the stormwater related provisions you've summarised are in the subdivision section of the plan.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm reminded of a hearing I was involved in my travels, not suggesting it's necessarily relevant, but to give you the background. And in that, the relevant district plan required an esplanade reserve to be set aside at the time of subdivision because there was a stream of more than 3 metres width.
Mm-hmm.
And that was in the subdivision, but in the land use provisions of that plan, there was only a requirement for a 10-metre setback from any stream. And this applicant decided not to propose a subdivision consent, they only proposed a land use consent. And the idea was properly follow. They eventually to accept a 10-metre esplanade big environment. And so just thinking through the reality of a lot of medium and high density development that is land use consent led rather than the more traditional do a subdivision of vacant fee simples in a low density zone. Kind of additional or necessary cross-referencing to make sure any land use consents that come in without a subdivision maybe still get steered to the same consideration, so that integrated joined up thinking. And I say it purely, and again, and you do a lot of work housing developments that come in just for a land use consent because a developer finds it's more favourable.
Key issue 6, urban design in the built environment. The objective there, an attractive built environment that positively responds to streets and open spaces, provides a high level of residential and neighbourhood amenity, achieves high quality urban design and ecological outcomes, and incorporates Indigenous biodiversity in design. As far as I'm aware, a lot of these urban design things went through reasonably unscathed through the submission process. There are provisions in Chapter 27, or policies anyway, in both the subdivision and land use chapters relating to overall subdivision design, site layout, site design, integrating public spaces, SEPTED, mana whenua values, accessibility, lighting, building design, building bulk and location, and so on. And in the methods, there's a number of rules in the subdivision chapter RDA consents required for subdivision in the zone. There's mandatory information requirements and a range of bespoke matters of discretion and assessment matters, in addition to all of the general matters that are already in the proposed plan for urban subdivision, for subdivision design, infrastructure, future usability, and stormwater management. And in Chapter 49, the land use rule, there's RDA consent required for most developments here, both residential and non-residential, and a range of matters of discretion and assessment matters for assessing design, spatial layout, and so on and so forth.
Just on that one, attractive. What do you mean by attractive from the objective? And is it needed, or is it actually already there by providing a high level of residential and neighbourhood amenity? In my papers I've got, actually just found it, but I'd circled attractive.
Right.
And I just wondered, is that an element of subjectivity too far, and is it needed? Or is it, if you talk to 5 urban designers, they'll all give you the same answer as to what's attractive?
Yes, agreed. I see your point. I guess everything's in the eye of the beholder, and there could be many ways of interpreting that word in any particular application.
And especially when you've got the amenity there, I just wondered if it adds more discussion than needed. But just something to ponder.
Ponder, yes. Will do. Issue 7, climate change.
I also had a question on that
Oh,
last one
sorry.
too. It's not about attractiveness though.
Right.
I was really interested, and you might be able to just help me quickly, with the subordinate policies of that objective. And I wasn't quite clear why 271, the test is only encourage it, which doesn't mean require it. And then other policies, it is a requirement. So for instance, we're ensuring that outdoor storage areas are screened. That's a must-have. But accessibility is an encourage, which is a maybe, nice to have. And it wasn't clear to me how and why in service of the objective. Some bits of it are maybe nice to haves and some bits of it are must have. So why is it that building design integrates with public spaces and pedestrian friendly is just a matter to encourage, but screening outdoor space is a must have?
Understand your point. I won't try and offer any answers on the fly now, but that's certainly something I'll go back to Mr. Lyle and Mr. Dunn about.
And again, it might be absolutely correct. It's just it wasn't clear from reading the objective, which just says the environment will have all of these things. How we then filter into a different series of tests.
Yep. Yep. Any others on this particular issue?
We'll come back when we go through the provisions, I think.
Number 7 is climate change and sustainable housing.
Oh, go on then. Go back to the last one. To be constructive to the chair's question to you, I think that what might be more helpful to us when you talk to your colleagues is, instead of asking whether attractive is the right word as opposed to beautiful or breathtaking or exemplary or something equally ambiguous, is whether the witnesses might be able to get together and, instead of trying to tell us what word we should use, in the most objective and precise way possible, list the relevant characteristics that they are wanting to see achieved. And hopefully that might be an engagement point that we might be able to build a more objective understanding of what it is that's sought to be achieved. And maybe the right wording is what comes at the back end of that rather than the front end. I say that as an urban designer who's been asked to give opinions on words like attractive many, many times.
Right. Okay, thanks. Climate change and sustainable housing. The objective is development that supports resilience to and mitigation of the current and future effects of climate change and contributes to an integrated approach to stormwater management. The policies are encourage site and building design that promotes sustainability, including energy conservation, waste reduction and emissions reduction, require minimum permeable surface for stormwater management and amenity, and incentivising greater height where development design achieves improved design for sustainability. And methods, the standards for permeable surfaces, and then a suite of matters of discretion and assessment matters that promote and encourage sustainability in design. And we'll look at that particular one that I've identified there when we look at the provisions. Okay.
Lovely.
Hold on.
No.
I just, again, think about, and through bitter trench warfare experience, sustainability can mean things like biodegradable dye in my carpets and low energy light bulbs. That might not be a valid justification for the adverse effects of additional building height. If and from what I've read of the policy anyway, the sustainability word is used in the general sense. And the way you've summarised it here, in terms of the objective, it does talk about climate change and stormwater management. And it might be that then having policies that talk about sustainability generally might be deviating away from the actual scope of the objective and might be very difficult in the context of future resource consents to actually be seriously supporting what could be objectionable building height on the basis of a 5-star rating of reasonably discrete things inside a building that people might say, you're going to do that anyway, why are you getting a free ride on something else? So maybe just have a think about that with your witnesses.
Sure, yes. Yeah, I understand your point. Yeah.
And it's just about making sure that we can credibly connect the adverse effects that might come from additional height to some tangible, effectively it's a kind of offsetting type method where there'll be a benefit A which might justify an alternative outcome B, but we need to understand that A would actually be a benefit that people could appreciate, and maybe biodegradable carpets and low energy light bulbs and sensors that turn lights off are valid and legitimate, or they might not.
Okay. No, thanks for that. Right, that didn't work. Yes.
So the 5 stars asking for the 6th.
What we're not getting there. Oh no, there it is. Sorry. Yep. Right, is just the just drawing your attention, but what was already in the legal submissions to the various additional things that are going on with this plan change through submissions. There's at the eastern end the Finland Dob land. The location of the eastern roundabout is relevant there, and the eastern boundary treatment north of State Highway 6. That's in recognition of Mr Gardner's evidence where there could well need to be some meaningful swale along there for stormwater management, and I guess in the notified position, the awkward location of that northern road. which didn't leave a lot of room for development on the other side of it, and so we think we've come up with a better solution there that you would have seen in the rebuttal evidence. That then has implications for the Dobb land on the south side of the highway. Then at the western end there's the Hutchison land that you'll hear a lot about over the next couple of weeks from the council people and from Hutchison's suite of witnesses. Queenstown Country Club, you would have noticed in rebuttal, there is acceptance now by the landscape and urban design witnesses for the council in agreement with the Queenstown Country Club witnesses about extending the development north beyond the 75 metre setback up to 25 from the highway. There was originally from Mr Farrell's evidence a controlled activity rule he put forward. We've adapted that, or I've adapted that to a restricted discretionary rule that I think better captures the amenity intent of the Queenstown Country Club. I guess Mr Farrell will be in front of you at some point on that. I've actually reached out to him to see how he feels about that particular rule that I drafted, and I dare say we'll converse about that this week sometime. There's in the lower left-hand corner there's Cocoa Ridge and the Corona Trust, and I'll just approach the board briefly. The issue is just this boundary here to the left of the star. This is the Corona Trust land here, and this is the Cocoa Ridge land here, but it's only that bit. So it's a very isolated issue, which has occupied quite a lot of time. But
I saw the plea for can you work together and try and sort it out.
So we've landed on a position that I think is fair and reasonable, but you'll hear from the other parties on that. There is the Doolittle land, which is the star on the just to the right of the Queenstown Country Club land. They were seeking a supermarket or a town centre type extension, which none of the economists were happy with, but we're thinking possibly a higher density residential with a height limit could be a preferable outcome there. There'll be more about that in the next few weeks. And then there's the Slope Hill outstanding natural feature and urban growth boundary issue, where there's some contested evidence between Mr Milne and Mr Compton Moen and Bridget Gilbert, which you would have seen all of that evidence as well. So those are the kind of the extra issues that you're being asked to decide on in the next couple of weeks. I don't need to go into the merits of any of it all now. And finally, I just want to make a comment on regulation, because this has been a kind of a central thing to us, and me in particular, in coming up with the provisions. And there's a continuum where there's no regulation and the market leads everything at one end, and at the other end everything's very heavily regulated and the market must get in behind and follow it. And my view is that neither of those outcomes, neither of the ends of the spectrum would work in this environment because of all of the pressures that are going on, the limited supply of land, the need for there to be a decent population being accommodated here, decent as much of a population as there can be tolerated, given other constraints like traffic and stormwater. If there's no regulation, the market's just left to do whatever it wants, and we would come up with possibly whatever the developers figure is the way to make the quickest buck, which might be more suburban style, large sections, some quarter acres which would sell like that, and the developers would do very well out of it in the very short term. But that doesn't help things in the long term. It doesn't fulfil the spatial plan goals. It's probably not going to do well in coming up with a functioning urban environment under the MPSUD. At the other end, however, if there's too much regulation, we may just put the market out altogether. We grappled with, when we were formulating the provisions, with things like, do we mandate a lot more sustainability measures in here? But when we figure out that we've got the traffic controls, we've got the density controls, we've got a number of other bulk and location controls, all of which are impositions in one way or another, steering the market into one thing. If we keep loading it up and loading it up and loading it up, we're just adding to the costs of the development. So the right end of the continuum wouldn't work either. So we think we're in the middle there somewhere, in the right way. We've got a decent balance between allowing the market to get on with it, particularly with what I'll talk about shortly with the density issues, but not being too over the top with intervention into what the market may want to do. That has implications for a number of issues: the staging works for transport, the stormwater rules, the sustainability rules, the building standards. There are the standards for building length, setbacks, separation of buildings, outlook space, recession planes and height, which the urban designers have thought through very carefully, and they think that overall they're workable for a developer to still come up with a product. But we could have gone a whole lot further with the intervention on those things. So we think we're in the middle there somewhere. There's submissions that wanted to push us to the left and submissions that wanted to push us to the right. We've been working around in the middle there with changes to provisions, but which is probably a right time to go to those provisions now and start having a look at some of the things that have moved since the notified version.
That's great, thank you. And thank you very much for the slides.
Thanks.
That was very helpful.
Now, I was planning maybe just on taking you to some of the key changes. There's a whole lot of little tweaky things, but there's some pretty key changes through here which I was just wanting to bring your attention to here and now, and I'm sure over the next couple of weeks you'll hear a lot more about a lot of them. The changes in the zone purpose statement on page 1 are mainly to do with stormwater management. The wording is adapted and adopted from the Tirananga submission, which I found actually very, very helpful, that particular submission, and not only giving us the good reasons for things, but actually giving us some good basis for the wording of not just here, but in the not just in the zone purpose, but in the objective and some of the rules. So that's probably all I need to say about the front page, the zone purpose statement. You'll see in yellow there a density of at least XX units. That's something that's still being figured out, and whatever that number comes out to be, we'll be telling you next week. Objectives and policies, there's a change there to in 49.2.1.1. This comes back to the point I was making about this structure plan, where we've got some items where we want development to be consistent with it, with a little bit of wriggle room, but for some items there's a little bit more wriggle room than that, so that's a generally consistent approach. In 49.221B, the addition of the word residential in there was, we could see the Mr. Alex Dunn's point in his evidence about if you're doing something that's non-residential, you then don't want to be caught having to comply with the residential density standards. So there's a few additions to that policy and to the rules to take care of that point. Over the page 4, you will have seen in rebuttal there's the addition of limited opportunity for residential visitor accommodation in the high density precinct, and there was a lot of discussion around that, but in the end, based on the economists' point of view, or most of the economists' point of view, allowing for some residential visitor accommodation, i.e. enabling owners to rent their properties out for part of the year to Airbnb on an Airbnb basis, for example, was going to be helpful for incentivising that higher density.
Just two quick questions on that. One, with the change which is being thought about for high density levels, would that have an influence on how many days or provision of certain typologies? That the high density now might be predominantly 2 to 3 stories, apart from the 6 to 20%.
Yeah.
So if we're going to have various numbers or provision for, I'm assuming a type of Airbnb or that sort of short-term accommodation, 90 days a year, with those changes, do we need to think about changing the days or the provision, or it just matches and it will work through? It might be something to ponder, and then to ponder with how that would fit, if it is an issue, with the Minister's first expectation, and especially whether the Queenstown Housing Development Capacity Assessment is an Airbnb type document, or is it a provision for residents type document? So that was just my thinking with that provision, given densities have changed.
Yes. I think we can still coexist with all of that, and provided that it's just not open slather for residential visitor accommodation for the various reasons that I put in my rebuttal on that. So it's very tightly contained, and I think that can be tolerated, but any more than that, in my view, not. Now, the other planners, we're not quite on the same page when it comes to the numbers or the status of going over, say, 90 days or 30 days. But I think there's reasonably broad understanding that we don't want to just turn this over to visitors. We want to keep this zone as much as we can for permanent residents. Yeah.
And with that change potentially in typology, or I might be a bit wrong here with my understanding, but with the high density potentially going to be predominantly 2 to 3 stories, would that then change the element of room types, etc.? So it might be you get the bigger Airbnbs, or they remain at the sort of more apartment-sized. Because I noticed, like for car parking, it was 1 person apartment, 0.5, etc. If we're not doing apartments, or if only 6% of the area is apartments, what does that actually mean, or what is the implication? And I thought for people who are visiting, if they're bigger, there might be more cars coming in. So does it work? But just to ponder again.
Yes, that's a question for Ms. Fairgrave and the urban designers, I think. Yeah. Moving on, you'll see policy 49264, the preference for the underpass has been removed. That's in response to the Pet Lodge submission, and this general change away from a higher speed state highway to a lower speed state highway. 49265 also in response to Waka Kotahi's submission, they wanted the avoid to be a pretty clean avoid and not then further qualified. We agreed. we've come some way back by which we'll get to, the issue about occupying dwellings. So consents can be sought and obtained, and buildings can be got on with, or subdivisions can be got on with. But it's just a matter of occupying them, which is when the actual effect actually starts kicking in. Nothing.
Mr. Brown, can I just ask
yes.
you a slightly off-topic question, but it's prompted me based on that answer you've just given. This idea of the average densities and managing the yield and the households being provided over time. One, and I think the way that's been approached, from what I understand of the evidence, is people will get on with what they can get on. There'll be something perhaps like a covenant or something else that sort of talks about what's left over, and at the end there'll be an amount of land left over and some form of agreement or acceptance of a planning duty to either do nothing with it or achieve whatever the balance is.
Mm-hmm.
As the zone's being developed over time, is the expectation that the grant of resource consents would be sufficient to count towards how everything's tracking in terms of not just the achievement of dwellings, but obligations for any infrastructure upgrades, etc. And where I'm going is what would happen if an applicant simply said, I'm just going to seek a resource consent for 500 units and 6-storey buildings, never ever actually build them, but I'm just going to say, well, we're so far ahead of the density curve, we can achieve the average by doing something very, very different. And I don't know why it jumped into my head right now, but it just did, prompted by your comment about keeping track of the households and what's occupiable. But I have to say I'm familiar with sites where there are many consents that have been granted, and that doesn't necessarily correlate with what, if anything, happens on the ground.
Mm. Yeah. Good question. I can see your point. I won't try and just on the hop try and answer that, but I can see that a developer could get consent. They'd have to go to the whole cost of designing and getting consent for it and so on, and then just not build it.
And effectively use it like a density bank.
Mm.
Say, but we've already got there, we're there, what are you talking about?
It would lapse, of course.
Maybe.
Mm. Depending on how it's structured. Yeah.
As the council refused.
Yeah, good point. I'm not sure about that later question, but yeah, normally, well, we're happy to apply for an extension if we can meet the 125 tests and maybe apply for another one. But you kind of got to put your oar in the water at some point when you're exercising a consent. But a consent could be structured in a way that here's my whole development, and I'm just going to build a small building now, and build my other bit. But they build the small building, all of a sudden they've exercised their consent. So,
and I think there might be some case law on the ability of applicants to not necessarily pick and choose, but in an enabling way choose to only implement part of the granted consent.
Correct.
So there might be just some things to just fine tuning and
yes,
convincing us, persuading us that this package of methods will absolutely do what it is hoped to do.
No, okay. I fully appreciate that question, and we'll put our minds to it, and yeah, because I think it's spanning a lot of disciplines. That question. Yeah. Okay. You'll see the additions to policy 4928, which I've already addressed up there, which again is from Kaitahu about just adding in issues to do with an integrated approach to stormwater management. That's the objectives and policies. The rules, just talk briefly about the genesis of this. We originally started here with just imposing existing proposed district plan zones here, so town centre, high density, medium density, low density, open space.
You've just struck what was going to be a question off the list.
Right, okay. So we went through the 32 on that. Our first draft of these provisions were actually within the high density zone. There was some the current chapter in the proposed plan at Pūtahi Ladies Mile. There was a few extra additions to rules. Same in all of the other zones. It became quite unwieldy and just wasn't anywhere near a one-stop shop. And at that time, we also realised that we would have easily qualified as a special purpose zone under the national planning standards. So there was a big rethink, and we came up with just a single special purpose zone for this area, because there were just too many issues that were being drawn into the whole picture. Transport issues, stormwater issues, density issues. Very difficult to do when your zone is all scattered around the proposed plan. So bringing it all into one particular zone with a big suite of provisions in some of the other chapters, like the district-wide chapters, like like subdivision and transport, was seen as a far more efficient way of presenting presenting provisions in a district plan for most district plan users. Sorry, that was a slight sidetrack, but back to the rules. There are a number of issues, updates to the rules to do with stormwater management, to do with residential visitor accommodation. There's the addition of retirement villages as a discretionary activity, which is consistent with what most zones have it for that particular activity in this district. There's the addition of the commercial storage overlay area that was in response to Mary Hill's submission that the planners agreed was a good idea, as did the economists, or some of the economists. Addition of visitor accommodation is a discretionary activity, not non-complying, in the Glen Panel and the commercial precinct. That was seen as a way of giving a bit of oomph to the commercial centre, to have a little bit of visitor accommodation in there. Then we're into the standards at 49.5.
Sorry, just one thing with the petrol stations.
Yes.
So they're now non-complying, not prohibited.
Mm.
And the policy, I think you said earlier, was limit the number. Just how many numbers are you limiting it? Is it, there could be 3 or 4, or, sorry, I should have asked, it was when I saw the non-complying part. Sorry, it's on page 3, 49.2.3.2. Limit the establishment of service stations.
Yes.
Then how? So as a non-complying gateway test, you could say then that it's contrary to if you've got 1 or 2 or 3 or.
I don't think we put in a standard for that, like limiting that number. I think we just thought that making it non-complying was going to ward off most applicants, except possibly one in the commercial zone itself. I couldn't imagine any more than one going into the commercial.
It might be better
precinct.
rather than limit and non-complying, because people then say, well, we're okay because it's limited. There might be 2 already, but let's have a 3rd. It's still limited.
Yeah.
Might not be, but sorry, that just dawned on me when you
Yes.
went through.
So interesting point. The fact that they're prohibited everywhere except in the commercial precinct.
Perfect. Yep.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's how we structured it in the end, but just let me
So it has
make
to be
sure
in
of
the
that.
commercial limiter, maybe.
Yeah,
that.
service stations not otherwise listed are prohibited, and service
Cool.
stations in the commercial precinct are non-compliant. So we're only dealing with a small
That-
area,
yeah.
and you know the chance of getting more than one in there, I would have thought was pretty slim.
No, that's good. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay. So look, there's a number of changes. I don't need to focus on all of them through the development standards themselves. Some of the changes are just cosmetic. For example, the building heights plan is referred as that and not the structure plan, building heights plan. There's the location of items identified with a star on the structure plan, where they need to be in the generally consistent place. That's referred to a number of places. We get to then the residential density rule, which is the separate sheet that I've handed up. That's Rule 49.5.16. So this evolved from the notified version through the rebuttal version and now to this version, which has been indicated. I've sent this around to the planners, and while I haven't checked my emails today, there may be some feedback on that, but I've put them out there, and I'm keen to get some feedback on the wording that we've got here. It gives developers two options in the high density precinct under 49.5.16.2a. They could just build between 50 to 72 residential units per hectare, and they wouldn't be non-complying and they wouldn't have to use limb B of the rule. But if they do use limb B of the rule, which allows them to go to lower than lower than 50 or possibly higher than 72, as long as they're meeting an average of, and we settled on 55, and that was from Ms. Fairgray's evidence and thoughts on this while we were talking about it, that 55 was an appropriate number. She will talk to you next week about what that actually means if a developer goes lower than 55 but not lower than 40, and you'll read the rule there of 49.5.16b, which makes it non-compliant to go lower than 40 units per hectare in any application. So they've got to be at 40 or above, but they can still be lower than the average now, as long as there's a mechanism in place to make sure that they're going to go higher than 55 or make up the average down the track sometime. You'll hear a lot about this from the economists, particularly Ms. Fairgray next week. The mechanism is that if an applicant is using limb B, they can go down to 40, but there's a mechanism, possibly something like a covenant that the council's a party to, that locks in the outcome of the averaging over time. Now I have to admit I haven't drafted a rule like this ever before in my career, but I sort of haven't been in this circumstances before in my career either. So you would have read in my rebuttal the sort of mini section 32 I did on the various options that I thought were available, and by bringing in words like practicality and workability and efficiency and possibly effectiveness, and throwing in the costs and benefits, this mechanism seemed to be the optimal way through. Now I will report back to you in part B of my presentation next week once I've conferred with the other planners, see what they've got to say about it. Fair to say though, and you would have read the joint witness planning joint witness statement, that the planners all appreciated the situation, and various sort of ideas were thrown around in that. So I'm hoping I get some good constructive feedback on this sort of mechanism or on another mechanism.
Thank you.
moving on. The height rule was an interesting one because we had non-complying to go for exceeding the number of stories, but restricted discretionary to exceed the heights overall as well, which is in response to I think it was Ms. Stagg's evidence and possibly Mr. Murray's or possibly Mr. Giddens' evidence was why was that seemed unusual. So we've come back to an RD matter to exceed.
Can we
the
just
heights.
go back a step? Sorry,
Yes.
on the sheet you provided, the density
Yep.
standard. In terms of your, for example, 49.5.16.2a that provides the density range, I had understood broadly from the body of evidence that, not in a pejorative way, but there was a resource management Goldilocks quality to the zone that we, or the little bear's cottage and the porridge. We can't not efficiently use the land by getting too few dwellings, but we also can't get too many dwellings, and 2,400 or so has been used frequently in the evidence.
Mhm.
Are you confident if, for instance, 49.5.16.2b was used, that there's still a mechanism when the council sees 2,399 dwellings that it can say, hold on a second, we're hitting that ultimate cap and there's no circumstances to allow that to be exceeded? Because this seems to focus a lot on helping achieve that minimum get achieved, and we're still in the I don't fully understand it stage.
Yeah.
But I'm not seeing from this a sense of how what's been presented as a very important ceiling also gets somehow managed, and I don't know what that means if one landowner gets left stranded planning to do a high density development and then realising it doesn't matter because all the housing's gone anyway.
Right, we have wondered about that, and you will hear about that next week because we as a team yesterday talked about this very thing. The genesis of the 2,400 for a start is, and you'll hear this from Mr. Shields, is just what was modelled at the upper end and where the roading network would still work. But nothing above that being modelled, because I think it's just assumed that the roading network just wouldn't work, the public transport and so on, when we got above that ceiling.
Excuse me.
Then Ms. Fairgray's evidence is that it'd be very doubtful we'd ever get to 2,400 just because of the market anyway. Yeah. So currently we're thinking we don't actually need to have a rule that says thou shalt not go above 2,400 because we don't think we'd need it because it would never happen anyway. You'll hear from Mr. Lowe, who we've asked to do another big number crunch here, as you heard about this morning. We've got all of these additions like Cocoa Ridges 60 to 108. We've got the 40 odd and the Country Club. There's the addition of the commercial area, but then the subtraction from the high density area. What does that mean for the overall numbers? What if we don't get the schools? So there's a whole lot of things going on in the numbering that Mr. Lowe we've asked him to work on for next week. That will then give us hopefully a low and a high range. The high might be the absolute theoretical maximum of zone capacity if built out completely. But then that would be tempered by what Ms. Fairgray and probably some of the other economists would say is that you'll never get there anyway. So we'll be armed to answer that question in more detail next week. But my current thinking is we don't actually need a cap.
Well, that's a promising good news story. So then, if that was the case, for you to think about, in again 49.5.16.2a, Why would we need 72? Would it just not be a minimum of 50? Or at least 50? What's the relevance of 72 as a ceiling if in fact we don't need a ceiling? Whatever the answer is, I think it's just a question of just either we need to have a ceiling, in which case what is it, and is it substantiated, and are there methods that govern it? Is it not a ceiling but just an indication that additional modelling might be required if anyone happens to go there and there's a pathway that might trigger in? Or what you've just said, which I thought was most promising in terms of limiting the number of things we have to painfully work through, is it even required, in which case we could probably put aside whole swathes of evidence that talk about it. So whatever your answer is, looking forward to that answer.
Okay. Right. Anything more on that density thing? I was just talking about the height and just the issue about why would the number of stories be non-compliant, but the absolute height itself not be. So there's some changes there. There's some changes to recession plane in the medium density precinct. That's to do with the Glen Panel precinct, and I know that that's what Mr. Miller and his colleagues are talking about this week sometime. So you'll get feedback on that next week. That ditto for the for Rule 49.522 for minimum boundaries setbacks. Over to 49.533, this is the infrastructural works and what I talked about before about the occupying buildings, allowing a developer to get on with consenting and possibly building if they wish to go that far, because they may have the confidence that the actual traffic infrastructure works are funded underway, and will be completed by the time they're ready to occupy their buildings. We're happy with allowing some latitude for that, as sought by submissions. There's some additions to the infrastructural works and the various rules that deal with those infrastructural works. The one I'm looking at the moment is Rule 49.533, which is a key one because it is for the majority of the north side of the highway.
Just very quickly on that, I note in the very last box of the table that areas B, C, E, F and G have to have the dedicated westbound bus lanes. Was there intention to include A in that? Because you've got A to G in the preceding layers of the table, but not in that last one.
Yes. Now there is some science behind that, but off the top of my head I can't recall what it is. But hopefully Mr. Shields will be able to help me, help us with that. Yep. There's the 49.5 XX. There's rules there for the residential visitor accommodation in the high density precinct that we've talked about. That rule is adapted from the normal rule for residential visitor accommodation in the rest of the proposed plan. There's a landscape buffer rule which applies in sub-area A, which is right to the west, the west on the north side, which is just a landscape buffer to assist with the mitigation of effects on an immediate neighbour. And then there's a new non-complying rule, which goes back to the traffic infrastructure staging conditions or provisions about not being able to apply for a code compliance certificate under the Building Act until those works are applied for. So it's part of our staging rules. There's something that we've overlooked in Rule 49.538, the retail activity 49.538.2 is on page 26, the 2,000 for the retail tenancy 2,000 square metres should be 4,000. If you can add that in, that change. Number of other little changes. All of the staging, the traffic staging rules have the same modification to it about occupying buildings. The various rules across the precincts for the structure plan have the additional words about being generally consistent with some items on the structure plan. Over to Rule 49, or, well, it says a rule, but non-notification of applications, 49.6. This is a mechanism that helpfully can bring in other parties who may be affected by stormwater management that may be proposed on one property, being required to integrate with properties next door and other properties maybe upstream and downstream, where the provisions require that either the written approval of those parties affected to that extent by the integrated system and Ngāi Tahu have to give their written approval, or it be limited notified to them. So it means that a developer can't just get away with just something there without anyone knowing about it. This is all to the effect of having an integrated system that's going to work across the board, that all of the developer players need to be a party to at some point in time. And this mechanism ensures that if one landowner is doing one thing, the people upstream and the people downstream need to know about it. And Ngāi Tahu needs to know about it as well. So the rule requires that there be consultation and proof of meaningful engagement.
Mr. Brown, thank you for that. I'm randomly minded to a similar one of these processes a few years ago in Plimmerton Farm, which the chair and I sat on. And although I don't recall it being a stormwater matter, there was a similar question that arose about different stages and landowners and an integrated outcome. And the solution that was agreed on there was to simply require whoever the punter was that did the first resource consent had an obligation to, as part of that consent, provide for the parameters of a solution, which could include a comprehensive, perhaps compulsorily notified stormwater opportunity that could simply set a framework rather than possibly requiring every single landowner that touches stormwater to go through a de facto limited notification. Which I can imagine if one landowner got on quick and developed their site, there might be all sorts of reasons why they might be happy to drag out all their neighbours by not giving written approval for the remainder of their development cycle. And again, that effectiveness and efficiency is the method which I very much appreciate. Is it the most effective and efficient way of trying to just get as soon as possible to that answer of a situation all the landowners can be party to, not necessarily specifying one solution? It might be that there are several solutions or agreed thresholds or whatever conditions that might govern it could be. And I don't know why I suddenly thought back to Plimmerton Farm, other than that there was a similar discussion about what happens if X goes first or Y goes second, or that person does more or less. And again, because we've had quite a nice spirit today of just floating things for people to think about, it seems remiss of me not to put that to you, because I can appreciate why this is proposed. But as I say, when I read the rule, the first thing I thought of was, and one person doesn't give written approval, then 2 years later it's tit for tat, and you get a bunch of almost unnecessary limited notifications and possibly a shield for a trade competition. But for you to think through.
So the method that you've outlined for Plimmerton Farm, I'd be quite keen to have a look at that. So we'll
Yeah,
do
certainly
that.
it wasn't stormwater, but it was the effect of the first resource consent, whoever it was, had an additional consent trigger which required some precinct-wide things to be, and that was the idea that they just have a big Barney, get it done, get a framework sorted, and then people could just, for want of a better word, get on with it. Might not be translatable here, might not be relevant. This might be the best method, but again, it's speaking to that Section 32 confidence for us about what's been tested and is this really the most effective and efficient solution, which is not whether it's workable.
Another early drafting issue that we contemplated was an outline development plan type process that would capture density as well as, you know, roading and some normal spatial stuff, but in particular stormwater. We were advised to steer away from that because of all of the you know.
What
the
I'll
virus
tell you,
problems.
funnily enough, that the Plymouton Farm response was a direct response to comments about ODPs and are they vires or not, and it was their version, what they thought was the vires version of the ODP, but trying to get to a similar place. So yeah, very relevant that you linked that.
We got hit with exactly that argument and then had to adapt to respond to it.
Certainly we'll take a look at that and just see how, if a mechanism like that could be adapted to this circumstance. Just not sure at this point in time.
Yeah, I think the relevant take home is in terms of mandatory notification, we'd like to have confidence that it's not just going to mean every single developer gets a de facto limited notification, because they're not all going to propose one application at the same time.
No.
It could be 10 or 15 years of applications.
Yes, yeah.
Just 1.2, unfortunately we will need to wrap up in about 10 minutes.
Okay.
I've got a 4 o'clock flight.
We're nearly done anyway.
We are nearly done.
There's a number of additions to the assessment matters, again helpfully from Pūtahi and various other parties that I was happy to add in. We've talked about the structure plans. We've talked about the Chapter 4 additions, and over to Chapter 27, subdivision and development. Just about all of the changes here are to do with stormwater management. There's one or two things that are not to do with stormwater, but they're all pretty fairly minor. But all of the additions on page 14 in blue and red are all to do with stormwater. You'll notice also information requirement, this is on page 14, B4, Roman 4 requires information in the statement and supporting plans about the manner by which land along the toe of Slope Hill will be made available for stormwater management. Which Commissioner Langsbury goes to your point earlier in the day about how that's going to be managed in an integrated, comprehensive way. So it's this rule or this whole mechanism set up that all of these things need to be addressed in a comprehensive way by each developer, but there needs to be more. It needs to transgress property boundaries. And ditto over in, I'll come back to the yellow bit on page 16, but then there's a whole additional suite of assessment matters for resource consents to do with stormwater, and that's they're mainly on page 18, including the addition of the guiding principles for stormwater management. Back to very quickly to what was talked about this morning about these guidelines. They would be right just sitting out there if they're just going to help, but the provisions themselves are so loaded up with detail about what's required. I still want to see what those guidelines might look like, but I think that what's embedded in the plan is going to take care of the statutory need anyway, with the guiding principles, but just being a helpful aid on the side. That's how I'm approaching them anyway. Just back to page 16, there's the addition of a rule to Rule 27730, which prescribes various dimensions for sites that are being created by subdivision. There's an additional leg in there for sub-area H2, and that's to do with the Corona Trust boundary issue and the restriction of the width of low-density residential sites along that boundary. You will have read about that in the response to the questions that we submitted on Friday on that point. There's a few changes to the roading, to chapter 29, the transport. They are from Waka Pūtahi, Sanderson Group, and the Fire and Emergency New Zealand, which wanted a number of provisions in there for emergency vehicles. And then the very last page is the additions to the low density suburban residential zone for the Queenstown Country Club. Additional space for development. And that's that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. And yes, sorry, we've been giving you lots of questions and homework and things, but it's much appreciated, the effort that you've gone to, and all the changes just help to get it packaged as well as we reasonably can. So thank you very much for that. And we look forward to stage 2 on Tuesday afternoon.
Yes, thanks.
No doubt. In the interim then, we'll just adjourn until next Monday morning. We're back here. I think we're in a different room next door. And yes, we'll start at 9:30 a.m. on Monday. Oh, 11, that's right, 11 a.m. on Monday. So look forward to seeing you all then.
Thanks.